Hello, everybody. What's going on? Welcome in. How's everyone doing? So, I got accepted into the Twitch 14, the 2K beta. So we are streaming in 2K right now. It does mean that our overlay thing is... I gotta change the resolution of it. So let's relaunch this and make sure this looks right. I don't want it to be too small. Yeah, see, it shrunk. At least the canvas elements did. But I think we can fix that. If I go into project settings... And in here, I think there's... Yeah, all this stretch mode. Scale? I think I can just do scale 1.5. Let's try that. There we go. Back to normal. Alright. So that's going to be different now, having to keep that full screen. I do wish I could reposition the window. But I can't click on the bar, so... I'll show you guys what I'm seeing right now. So this is the overlay, but I can't move it. It's the full screen. So we need to figure out what to do here. Sub windows. There we go. I can say center of other screen. Just for the initial position, so I can actually do stuff, because that would be cool. Okay, it just didn't do the other screen. Awesome. Guess I might as well just make it maximized or something. Center screen with mouse pointer. Let's try that. So if I move it over now and launch it, let's try it. There we go. Okay, now it's going to be out of our way. Okay, the menu is still visible, so we're good. Alright, anyways. So if anybody has performance issues with today's stream, do let me know. Hopefully everything will be fine. I did up the bitrate to the new recommended, which is 7,500 bits now. I am using Restream, so I don't know what's going to happen with that. We'll see. But hopefully we'll be okay in here. Yeah. We'll see. But let me know. Alright, so today on Starground, we're gonna be, working on stuff. So, let's see, what do we want to work on here? Well, I wanted to work on the asteroids. We still have weather stuff that we need to work on, but that's kind of involved with the asteroids, I feel like, a little bit, maybe. So it'll be fine. So let's just get started on that. Man, errors in here. I don't really know what these are complaining about. Up here it doesn't show up. It's just the usual garbage. Handle that. Okay, just clear all that out. Alright. So. Let's jump into it. So let's go to... Well, let's figure out how we're going to do our asteroids, because that's kind of important. How are we going to do that? So, hey, what's up, Oshik? How's it going? I said in the beginning, but just to reiterate, we are streaming in 1440p because I'm in the beta for the 2K Twitch streaming. So let me know if there's any issues with like the stream lagging a lot. Hopefully we'll be fine though. Alright, so yeah, we're just working on asteroid stuff. I'm just thinking about like how we're gonna want to do that. I don't know if I want asteroids to like actually create a chunk or not, like on the platform. I don't know. Excuse me. We do want some kind of asteroid collector building. So let's see here. Oh. Asteroid collector. I'm trying to think how I want that to look, I guess, right? Like, what's the method of collection here? I thought of doing something that's like just kind of a big net, you know, to catch the asteroids. I guess the only issue with that though is like the visuals of it, because if it's just a net, the asteroid has to go somewhere. It would be visually easier to represent with something like a tractor beam, right? Because we can just kind of do a little thing of the asteroid getting sucked up. So that might be easier. I don't know. A hook, yeah, that's the other option too, is like some kind of like arm or hook that goes out to actually grab it. Yeah. That's basically the way that Factorio does it on the space platforms. If we go look at that. Like, they have these little arm hook things that grab the asteroids and pull them back in. So, I mean, it's possible. Yeah. Oh. What is this? This one's crazy. What is this? Oh, this is a space exploration ship. Okay. It's pretty sick though. Okay, anyways. Yeah, we could either do like a... I mean, maybe it would make more sense to do like a laser beam thing, kind of the same technology as the player's mining gun, right? So it like shoots out its laser, goes and mines the asteroid and absorbs its resources. That would kind of make sense to me. Yes. Excuse me. So we could do that. Plus a link here? Yeah, sure. Go ahead. I can ponder, guys, by doing this now, because I have a beard. Let's check this out. Whoa! This is awesome. Gearbert. Extractor. Whoa, whoa, whoa. And Willem, what's that? Moved hated buildings such as space elevator and collector. Yo, this is awesome. Aw, man, not yet. Under construction. What's this code? Is that like a frowny face or sad face code? I don't know. But I'm excited. This is awesome. I can't wait for Willem. We made a whole website. It's pretty awesome. Yeah, I figured it was Unicode. I can't find what symbol it is. Is it the F with a fancy little hook? Is that what it is? Yeah, I think that's it. What are these links? Hold on, let me open this up in my actual browser. What's the I'm scared button? Okay. Awesome. Games. Sick. It's the function F? Okay, okay. Oh, shoot, here, let's go back to it. Starground. Okay, that goes to Steam page, yeah. Mod. Okay, okay. Yeah. Does this just go straight to the... Okay, this just goes down there, yeah. I'm scared of Willem. I'm scared of Willem. Yeah. Is there any other, like, secrets on the website? Something's also known as the Folly F. Okay. Here, let's do some inspect element on here. Did you program this with, like, HTML, or is it, like, a website creating tool? Let's see what you got in here. It's probably not yet. Okay. Okay. HTML and NeoCities? Okay. NeoCities is a hosting website? Yeah, I never heard of it, but seems like it's just normal HTML. There's a surefire way to see. Yeah. It's probably, you probably programmed it. It's not a bad thing that everything's stretching. It's just funny because that's like a staple, I feel like, of... Like, my website does that too. If you go to chipplays.com. Like the fish, if you do this, it gets squashed. No, it's not bad, it's just funny. Because mine does the same thing. But yeah. No, that's epic. The images are huge. So you're adding Gearbird in. Interesting. The extractor. Well, I'm excited for your mod. If there's anything you need me to add to the game to make it easier to mod, let me know. So yeah. And yeah, feel free to ask questions about stuff. Yeah, I don't think there's much that you just straight up can't mod yet, but... Or now. Can you add Willem? The AI is pretty hard. I can work on Willem if you want, yeah. I can send you some code for Willem. I think what would work best is just make Willem extend the animal class. And give him, like, the animal pathfinding. Okay, you're kidding. Okay. You could just make Willem walk over buildings, so you don't have to deal with pathfinding. Yeah. No, this is sick. Let me know. Let me know if there's anything I can do to help. So. But yeah, that'll be epic. Keep it up. Alrighty. So yeah, I think Asteroid Collector will have a little laser beam thing. Alright. So let's just go draw that building. Why not? Imagine it'll be pretty large. Maybe 4x4. Like the same size as the Star Launcher. New album cover. Oh yeah, so the album cover we're working on getting the soundtrack ready to go. The one that's in there now doesn't have a logo on it, but the issue is that this is Steam doesn't like that. Steam says the album cover has to indicate that it's an album. So, yeah. So it's fine. I just have to redo this, but now it's like the elements are kind of underneath or overlapping the logo, so I'm gonna kind of reset this up, I think. We're gonna create a new 3000 by 3000 image and just kind of rebuild it because it needs to be. We can open Starground assets. Starground logo. And then somewhere in here, there's all the files. Let's look. I think it's a PDN or whatever. Or PSD. Maybe not. Thought I had them in here. Well, I do have the planet, I'm pretty sure, that I fixed up. Do I not? Huh. Sorted by date. I don't know, I might have to go look around for that. Might be on my desktop. Yeah, I think it's here. There it is. Tephra's separate. I need to open that. And I've got all the individual layers and stuff. I don't know where the like the project file went. I have to go re-download that, I guess, or something. I had to redraw Dylan's Tephra planet because it was weird, but it's fine. Is your dancing GIF in there? I think it's in the game files, so I don't have it in Starground assets, though. I don't think. What? Where'd that file go? Oh, it's this one. I don't see the dancing guy in here. It's a travesty. Yeah, I don't think so. I'm sorry. Yeah. Here, I'll add it in, don't worry. So I think it's the largest asset in the game. Yeah. Or at least one of them. Yeah. I should get rid of some of this other garbage in here, like these. It's not that big. It's still less than a megabyte, but it adds up, you know. Like, I've got some other interesting files in here. Like, what is that? An autosave? I guess it throws the autosave files in here, which is odd. I should make it stop doing that. Alright, there you go, Sheik. It's in here now. Right there. Let's give it a view. Pretty sick. Alright. Okay, let's keep working on this. So, this is the planet. Now I need to go open up the actual other one. Should be in somewhere in here. Let me go find it. Oh, it's in the press kit? Okay. Oh, it's okay. I got it right here. All right. Downloads. There we go. Oh, the dances? That's funny. Yeah. That's kind of awesome. Okay, so we're just going to use we'll just put it over the cover, use this sort of as a frame of reference. But yeah, we won't actually use this though. All right, just kind of make it semi-transparent. I'm just gonna work on this really quick if that's okay, because I want to get it out of the way. So let's copy this one. Go back in here. Let's create a new layer. I just want to reposition stuff a little bit just so that it's not being covered by the logo. Like literally just like this, it's almost in the same spot, but it's just a little smaller, so the guy's underneath. And just stuff like that with all of these. Ooh, don't do that. Go back here. Hide Greentopia. Space station. What happened in Project Showcase? And yeah, so I did a little bit of spring cleaning on the Discord server because we just had a lot of chats. Oh no, I'm spoiling everything. And there was like a whole category that I just kind of merged in a general chat. So like all the programming and art and stuff I've merged in. I figured like people can showcase their projects or talk about their projects in programming and in art. Like if you want to show off some art you did for your game, then that's basically the same. It achieves the same purpose. And I still have the project showcase forum. So I think it's just going to be better if to show off the projects and stuff that you're working on, just put a post here. That way, like people can talk about it in here and stuff, you know? Like, I think it's just better. And then we don't have to have like 3 different chats and stuff, right? So yeah. I also got rid of some other stuff like server suggestions. If somebody really has a server suggestion that they really want to let me know about, just at me in general, you know? And stuff like that. And then we also added in Maxwell's corner. So this is, yeah, you know about this. Max deleted his server, so he's kind of merging. We've done a business merger. So Max now resides in the Big Boy Games server. I'll make an announcement about that, or just tag it onto, I was gonna do a sneak peek and just mention it in there. I don't want to like at everybody for that, you know, but yeah. So yeah, I'm trying to minimize the number of channels just so that we don't get spread so thin. Yeah, he did it on purpose. It's just because no one really used his server or anything, and he wanted to focus more on the Big Boy Games community, so I was like, sure, why not? Also, yeah, you're saying something in here is broken? Oh, yeah. Not project discussion anymore. Project showcase. Okay. Thank you for letting me know. Thumbs up. All right. Cool. Yeah, so if you notice channels go missing, that's why. They weren't really very active anyways, like especially the server suggestions channel is like 1 message every 6 months, so I'm just like, oh, we don't really need that channel anymore. So I'm just trying to do that wherever I can in here. Obviously we'll keep some of the basic ones like art and programming and stuff, that's always good. But yeah. I think this is all looking good. I'm still not sure about the speedrun stuff. I think it's fine to have a channel for speedrunning stuff and then also a submission to see like what the best run is and stuff, but yeah. I think it's fine. Anyways. Oops. Okay, so the space station has nearest neighbor scaling look. Yeah, that's probably gonna be best. So I'm just gonna like put it up a little bit out of the way. Like somewhere around there. Okay, moving on. Let's copy Orange Tropolis. This is also a problem one because it was kind of totally behind the text. So I was like, I gotta fix that. So I think we could expand this a little bit. We can move it to the side, sort of like that. There we go. Tyria Perpopolis. That's an awesome name. Increase the size of it. Tyria is actually okay. I could maybe even go a little larger with Tyria. So now you can see it's just gives way more breathing room for the logo in the center. We can also look at other OSTs just to compare, like how big the logo should be. Some of them the logo's huge, some of them it's a little smaller, more, you know. So I think that'll work. I feel like that seems okay. The text is very bold, so you don't need it to be super huge. It's pretty easy to read at a small size. Do a 1x1? 1x1 pixels? Or what do you mean? What's that? Dylan? There's also a weird gap there? Okay, let's fix that. It's funny, like, moving the elements around, sometimes you unearth things that you didn't notice before. Let's fix this here. I don't think a 1x1 pixel would look very good. It'd be a little tricky to see. Oops. Oops. There we go. Okay, final bit. We just need the background. Somewhere around there is probably fine. Is that the same as the one behind there? It's interesting. I don't know if I'm going to be able to figure out where that one is. Actually, it looks like it's probably like that, just centered. Okay, it's actually up a little more. Why is it so slow? It's actually scaled down a little bit. So it's basically right next to... If it'll update, dude. Oh my god. Yeah, like right... Come on. One more. Like right there. Close enough. Alright, so there's the new album cover. I think that'll work. It just kind of, keeps everything a little more open for the logo. So yeah. Also, we gotta fix the depth ordering here because this planet should be behind the other ones. Like that. There we go. It doesn't really matter for this one, but I guess this one should be behind like that. And that's good enough. Am I sure? I'm pretty sure 1 by 1 would be too small, yeah, but I don't know. I don't know, man. Let's check the distance from these to the edge. So that's 784. Just to make sure it's centered. 677. There's no way. Okay, well, it's way off. So this is not centered. I don't know where it would be centered. It seems like it's centered right there, you know? I don't know where it would be centered vertically. I wish I could just right-click it and just, like, center, you know? I don't know if I can do that. I don't know Krita enough to know. Well, I do want to center it. It technically doesn't need to be, but it would be odd if it wasn't. Let me just look it up. Well, they just say view, snap to, right, snap to image center. Which it does do right there. And the vertical snap is right there. But that just seems wrong. There's no way that's the center. That's obviously not the center. Okay, what are we gonna do here? Let's watch a little video. Love it when my video quality is stupid. So they're just like manually calculating it. Okay. Maybe it's not centering the image I imported. I don't know, yeah. Well, it looks like it is. It should be, because it's just based off of the original logo. I did upscale it, but, I mean, that should be okay. Well, maybe I should just calculate it or something, I don't know. Why is this so slow? I can't, like, edit it or right-click it or anything. I mean, I know that the canvas size is 3000, so 1500 would be half. But as you can see, for some reason, it's, it, like, moves that there. So it's counting the coordinate of the image as the top left corner. So I really need to know what the size of this image is. But the problem is that I've upscaled it, so I don't actually know. I don't think it says anywhere. I don't know how he's doing that. Okay, he's using like the transform tool. Maybe that's my problem here. Okay, so this is the transform tool. 3000 divided by 2. Okay. Then 1500 on the vertical. So is that centered now? Let's make sure. And it doesn't have to be absolutely perfect, but I just want it to be relatively close. Okay, that's 732 right there. And 732. Okay. So this is the true center. So I think this will work. This does get a little, you know, it's a little clipped off here, but it's fine. You know. There's no other way to really fit this in right, I feel like. So this is what the... I don't think I have the other one. I'm gonna have this one down here. Looks like motion blur. So this is what it looked like before, and now it's like this. Just kind of rearranging things around a little bit. I think it'll work. What do you think, Oshik? Yeah, I think it'll be fine. Nah, it's all good. I wish I could see a little sliver of that guy down there on this image, but I don't know if it's gonna work. I mean, I can increase the scale of this. But now I've got to, like, figure out where to put it. And see, if I have it too big and too close to this guy, I feel like it looks odd with the perspective. So I think I'll keep it that size. Yeah. I'll now save this as a, probably save this as a PDN, honestly. Or as a PSD, just so Ace can open it. Okay, boom. And save it as a PNG. Alright, let's go upload this to the OST page and get that going. So, I think it's in the store page. Graphical assets. It's not those. I don't remember where to do it. Maybe it's not in here. Maybe it's in Steamworks settings? Album metadata? Or album images? There we go. Okay. Oh, please provide a 1000 by 1000 JPEG. Uh-oh. Well, let's just see if it works. Ooh. Okay, it's fine. Alright, that'll be better now. Let's go push the changes and make sure it applies. Well, it's fine. I did it as a PNG and it didn't complain, so... But I worry, though, that they might like be like, hey, that's not what we asked for. So I'm gonna also go ahead and just do it. So it should be 1000 by 1000 JPEG. Oops. Resize. No, not resize canvas. It's like new image size or something. I've done this. File. Edit. View image. Scale image to new size. There we go. Auto. It'll do. Actually, let's not do that though. Let's do a nearest neighbor scaling. Because since it's all like, there's no anti-aliasing, it'll actually look better that way, I think. It's a little blurry. Let's try Mitchell. I've had good luck with Mitchell with like this art. At least with this stuff. The logo kind of got a little bit crushy. That's fine. Cheap cheese is the worst, it is. But what are you gonna do, you know? Now, do they mean literally JPG? Or can I just do... I guess JPEG is the same thing. Okay. Let's upload this one. Because I don't want any problems. I don't want them to be like... You know. So please provide a 1000 by 1000 JPEG. Okay. Then let's publish again and make sure we're good. So it's probably going to take a minute to update in my library. I might have to like... I probably have to... verify integrity. Yeah, there we go. Is his head getting blurred out? It is. Shoot. Shooty patooty, guys. Oh, it's because the smaller image. That's interesting. Well, let's do this instead then. Let's just open up the PNG and then compress that. It's because it still does the drop shadow effect, but it's like the same size still, so it's just... yeah. Mitchell. There we go. Now resave that. Okay. Bada bing, bada boom. Images. Upload for the final time. Oh, it still looks like the wrong one. Hold on. Oh, it saved it as a PNG. I was wondering why it didn't prompt me to replace the other one. There we go. Okay, I think we're good now. Nope, that one's still PNG. Here it is. Boom. Check it. Okay. Let's get rid of this fake one. Okay, that'll be actually it now. Let's go make sure that we're all good. So files. Verify. There we go. Check it out. Alright, we're good. So now it'll match with all the other soundtracks. I also noticed it says Starground soundtrack instead of Starground OST. Which is odd, because I'm pretty sure I named it. Huh. Let me ask Ace about that. Um... calling the... Yeah, I better ask about that. Yeah, I think we want to call it OST, not soundtrack. Well, Ace might not be here. Oh well. Okay. Anyways, back to what we were doing. My apologies. But I wanted to get that ready. Is this our image? No, it is not. Is this our image? Yes, it is. Alright, asteroid collector. Let's think about how to do that. Asteroid collector. It's gonna be from Factorio, yeah. So the one in Factorio is kind of like, it's odd. It basically just has a little arm that goes out. But we're gonna do like a laser beam instead of an arm because it's kind of hard to animate the wiggly curves of the arm. So let's see. These real asteroid collectors. I guess they are. Yeah, this guy looks good. This is just I don't know what. Well, okay, I imagine we're gonna have like a sort of tower thing that's gonna have like a little laser beam thing shooting out. Asteroid debt collector, yeah. Also, I might make this 3x4 because I think it's going to be taller than it is like wide. So let's do resize canvas. Sure. All right. So what I'm thinking, let's just start with the basics here, right? Foundation. What's happening? Oh. I was wondering, like, what? So, foundation of our building. That's usually a good place to start. So, I'm thinking of doing, like, it'd be cool if it has, like, a sphere on top, you know? Let's do like a 24 sphere. Why does it keep lowering my opacity? And also, how do I make the sphere not... I wish that's one thing about Krita. I wish that it, wouldn't... I had an option to anti-alias or not. But, oh well. Let's up the threshold a lot. That's good enough for now. Now I have to go through and delete all the other stuff. This one. Stop changing my opacity. I'm gonna kill. God dang it, guys. Alright, is that sphere big enough? No. And I want it to be a little squashed, so we're gonna do 32, but like for the height, it'll be like 28. I think that'll work. Let's paint bucket it. High threshold. Actually doesn't look too bad. Fix those, and that'll work. So the plan is to have that orb on top. And I want to do like this kind of thing. Where it's going to have like a slot in the center. Around there. Now this doesn't look right. We'll do that. Whoops, wrong color. Like that. And that'll be kind of the section where the laser comes out of or whatever. Let's actually just delete it a little bit like that. So that's step one. And I'll probably need to round this a little more. Sort of like that. Okay. And it's gonna have like a body of things. So I'm imagining that this is gonna have like ports on the bottom, so it's gonna be like that. Then down here it's gonna have like an opening. And you'd imagine that would be like the spot where the movers would take stuff out or whatever, right? I guess it'd be one less thick. So now we're gonna have a little bit of a thing up here. And this is probably going to start here and go like 4. Maybe something like that. That's what I'm thinking at least. Let's go 2 more up on these though. Okay. We're getting somewhere. Let's paint bucket it in. And these would probably be like up more because it's odd how it is now. Maybe something like that, I don't know. Be so cool if I could... Okay, these are on a different layer, that's why. Flatten image. Is that correct to there? I think so. Okay. messed up. Oops. All right. Bit of a shadow back on here. Something like that. This isn't quite where I want it now, but we'll keep messing around with it, you know. Also, I think the foundation's gonna need to change a lot. It's not really what I want. So. Okay, so let's now place this all with this. Oops. Oops. Okay, what's going on? Oh, the threshold. It's like, what the... Let's fix all of this stuff in here. Let's make that rounded. A little bit of anti-aliasing. Okay. So this is going to be bright right here. This will be bright up in here. Let's get the wand and then do a big... No. Like that. I guess really that should be over more to the right than anything. Like that. Oh, we have ads. My apologies. So this is getting closer to what I want. I want, like, more mechanisms and gizmos on here. We'll probably have some pipes up here that kind of go up into this region here. You know, like that. Maybe a third pipe here. And I want this to kind of have, like, a... At least make it look like it's got some kind of, like, mechanism in here to move stuff. So I'll probably cut out a section here. Kind of like that is better. And let's just do, like, a little bit of a... Oops, that's not gonna work. One, two, three. That didn't work. What did I do wrong? I did it in the wrong spot. And I guess if this is just like a gap in here, then it'll be dark. Sort of like that. Okay. Let's do some more shading. Magic wand. This is gonna have a dark region here. Okay. Let's do some anti-aliasing. Maybe we'll have just a little bright region over here. Probably. And then this is like off though. Like that, and there we go. And I guess the curve over here should be the same, otherwise it might look odd. Alright. This isn't looking too bad. I think it still needs some work. Maybe round that out a little bit. And like same with down here. I guess if it's like curved like a pot or whatever, it really should be more like this. Where it's got like a shiny part on the corner that's facing up. Then everything else is just normal. Kind of like that. Sort of. Could use some more work. It's not terrible, I guess. But then this dark region over here. Let's see, I guess this would be the bright spot, so we do the same thing. Something kind of like that, I guess. I don't know, we'll figure it out. Anyways, let's just continue on. So that'll work. And then I wanted to do like up here. This would have like a little bit of a lip right here. Let's see. Oops. Da, 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 da. I wanted this to have like bolts all along. Maybe. I don't know, that's a weird building. Obviously, we haven't gotten through and done color and stuff yet, so we'll see. This should be dark. And this should all be dark here too. Okay. see, this should be more dark. And this should extend a little bit over there. Okay, so let's do pipe. Pipe galore. Let's draw some big white things for now. I don't know what size of pipe, but probably like this. Okay, let's work on that. And let's see, this is going to be more of a diagonal, kind of like that. There we go. And this one needs to be fixed. Like that. Okay, so there's a difference between these two, isn't there? Something's wrong. How wide is this? Oh, it's 17? Why is it that? I think this is also the wrong width, because those are 6 and that one's 7. Yep. So let's just move these over. And let's fix this one down here now. And that should be symmetrical. Let's make sure though. I mean, what if it's not? That's 8, and this should also be 8. We're good. Okay. Pipe. Let's replace these with the gray. Let's actually do this gray, and then this will be the highlight gray. Kind of like that. Then we'll have a couple of these things. We'll just do one, actually. Move it down a little bit. Okay. That one will be fine. So let's do some shading stuff in here. Wonder if that would look good. Yeah, it makes it look kind of shiny. It's not bad. Okay. Now this pipe. Also, I can't see where the bottom is. Okay, there we go. Fill those in. Alright, pipes are getting there. Let's copy this section on this pipe and move it over to this one. Let's see, do I want to do that? Guess that'll do. Maybe I'll do this color. Alright. And this one I'll just have a little bit. This does look like a weird alien structure, doesn't it? Is this because of this top sphere thing? Now, I want to move these pipes around a little bit. First off, this one I think should go a couple pixels to the left. This one, a couple pixels to the right. And it looks okay. All right. Oh my god. Stop changing the opacity on me, dude. I'm gonna freak out. Now, I don't know how I feel about the top shell. I think it could be cool if this was like a little base thing, but then this is just like an orb kind of sitting on top. This would be cool if this was like a weapon, I feel like, with like a turret inside, but that's not really the vibe we're going for here. So I'm thinking maybe we do this. Let's also get rid of all this white stuff. And then we just fill all this in. Something kind of like this. And then let's smooth it out more. And then this would be like a glowing orb thing, kind of like the tech that we use in the researcher, you know? Maybe that's what we're doing here. And for this foundation, let's also work on that a little bit. I think it should definitely be curved. And it's way too, like, tall back here. Let's cut it back to there, maybe even. I'm also thinking maybe, like, yeah, let's do this. Well, I guess keep that where it is, but then add, like, a thicker lip here. That feels a little better. And then I'm also thinking here, maybe we, like, lower this bit. So that this can kind of like go down. Maybe. And I'd have to change the shape of all this, you know, but... And then, of course, we do this. With, I don't know, maybe this one would be super bright. This one would be darker. That would probably make sense. And let's move all this down, because I felt like that pipe was maybe a little too high up anyways. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Do some shading to the pipe and stuff. Why do these look so different now? It's like this one's like coming at me and then this one's leaning away. I don't know how to describe it. This feels odd. Let's undo the shading here. I did. These are the same, right? I think I'm just crazy. Yeah. So this pipe, I want down 1 more pixel, and then this stuff can be moved back down. And I think one issue too here is that this isn't shaded. Break it up with one of these. Oops. Messed everything up. Okay, we're getting there. Then on the foundation over here, this is going to be changed, or at least just have the little strip here. Look bright. And then maybe just like a thing right there. So it looks like it has that indent shape, kind of like right here. That'll work. All right, we're getting there. We aren't too far away now. Let's see. Oh yeah, this is one issue. Now, what is the actual footprint of this building? Because it's going to be... Okay, it's really more of a 3x3 with just an extra bit on top, so I think that's what we're going to plan for. So let's figure out how we're going to change this a little bit, because I think I can make this look like it's thicker here. As you can see, there's a little bit of weirdness with the perspective. I want to make sure it looks more top-down than completely side view. I think this sphere needs a little bit of reshaping with perspective-wise. Let's just like shift up the sides and then do that. That'll help. Maybe go up there like that. Okay, that's better. We're getting there, guys. There's not really much else to do, other than just shading this sphere part. Let's do that. So imagine that's going to be quite bright. And then let's grab our this thing. Okay. I'm thinking how I want to shade this. I want to make it look very like glassy, so we'll probably do like a dark spot here. And we'll probably do this. Also, we want to make this look glassy. Just looking at images of glass marbles right now. I guess that's how we can basically do it. Typically what I'll do is like another dark strip here. And we can anti-alias everything out. Yeah, it's almost kind of where I want it a little bit, but oh, excuse me. I like the look of that. That'll just be a full circle. I'm trying to think how else we can make it look glassy. Look at some other images here. Well, that's one thing we could do. You give it like a little bit of a, whatever you call this, bounce light or something. But we don't want it to be too crazy. We could just give it some little, you know, dots like that. It does look pretty ethereal and magical. But I don't necessarily want it to look magic. I just want it to look shiny and like smooth. Kind of like a lens, you know? Imagine like what this is like, it's like a lens amplifying the laser generated inside to mine the asteroid. I guess that's probably the tech that's inside of the player's thing then. Hey, thank you so much for the raid. Manish Game Dev, what's going on? Or Manish Game Dev, welcome in. How's it going? What are we up to today on your stream? Yeah, welcome in everybody. We're just doing some art right now. This is for our game Starground. I am currently drawing an asteroid collector, so just messing around with some ideas. There's just kind of temporary colors here right now. We're gonna change those around, but yeah, it's going pretty good. Need to do a little bit more shadow stuff around here. Yeah, welcome in everyone. Hope stream was good. Let's see, let's do that. I guess this then will have to be like that. Because this should be obscured in darkness. Lighting stuff can be tricky. Really would all just be dark. Yeah, pixel art. Gotta hop off, have an amazing stream. Yeah, no problem at all. Sounds good. Thank you so much for the raid, though. I really appreciate it. Alright, well this is pretty close. I think it's probably just a matter of sort of going through and recoloring things a little bit. But, I can go ahead and show you guys what Starground is all about. So let's push that to the side. So yeah, this is for Starground. I kind of describe it as a combo of automation and dungeon crawling. So let me load up. Recently we've been working on a new update. It's for a new automation planet. So basically just a new place you can build stuff on. It's going to be like a platform around a gas giant. So there's going to be kind of two ways of getting resources there. One is going to be absorbing gases, which on another stream we already made that building, the atmosphere collector. So that one's done. You can collect hydrogen from the gas giant. But yeah, let's load in really quick, show you guys what's going on. Come on. Come on, game. Load. Alright. So if we head over to the new planet, Opus. So this is the area that you kind of build in. The whole idea with this one is that you actually like build out your platform. So we can, I don't know why there's like a lag spike. Is that with the building menu? I don't know what's going on. But you can build out the platform or break it apart and kind of shape your building area. So let's pick these all up again. Arlex, awesome. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. And then you can put these back down and basically you can just build out your platform. So we have the atmosphere collector here. We did this, when did we do this? Maybe like a week ago or a couple days ago. It makes hydrogen, once we power it, of course. So yeah, on this planet, there's gonna be, probably asteroids that crash down near your platform, because the this place has a asteroid belt, as you can see from the menu here. So it kind of made sense, at least in my mind, that like you'd be able to harvest the asteroids, any stray asteroids from the belt that fall in. So that's what this building here is all about. So yeah. That's what's going on, just to get you guys all up to speed. So I'm going through and just kind of shading this and stuff. And we're right there, I think. There's not really much else I would do to this, I think. It's very cool. Thank you very much, yeah. I think it's just now we can probably color this stuff in. On the atmosphere collector, I made it white, which we could do here. We could do, part of it could be white and part could be green. Maybe it would look cool if this part here was white. So let's try it. Just like that. I want to kind of keep a consistent, like, color scheme of all the buildings on this area, so... right now the theming is kind of green and white and blue, so if I could stick with that sort of, palette, it would be nice. Just to kind of thematically group the buildings together, you know? It's just a good way to do it. And the platform we also did on it was blue. So I might also do that. Fill those in. Let's define which is shadow and which is not right here. All right. And then that can actually just go back to this color. And that should work. Oh, then here also needs to be changed. That'll be this color here. Style consistency is so tough, yeah. It can be really hard. It's really easy to, like, you know, use random different colors and stuff. It's kind of like you gotta discipline yourself to only use your palette colors sometimes. It can definitely be hard. But it definitely helps, though. Having everything in, like, the same vibe and stuff really, like, ties an area together, I think. Because I think I went a little too bright with the foundation. Oops. That's the album cover we're working on. Where did my building go? There it is. Because this is the... Yeah, I might go with that instead. Also, let's mute the game. See, you guys aren't... Say, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. So let's replace this with this one. Boom. Same with those. And same with the shadow here. And now we're gonna do this color as this color. And replace that color with this one. I just think the other blue is maybe a little bit too bright. Also, this got replaced somehow. I'm not really sure how. Oh, that's how. Right there. Fix that. So now this will need... let's use just a little bit of black. There we go. Now this is pretty much where I want it, except this has to be blue like that. Okay. So now with that set up, there's also a couple more shadows we just need to do over here because this building's going to be casting a shadow down onto everything over here. So let's do that. Maybe something like that. Yeah, shadows can be really tricky. And this all looks fine for the most part. Except these aren't the same, are they? Yeah, let's fix that. Let's just stay consistent with this. There we go. Okay, we got the pipes here. And these would also cast a shadow. I did mess with doing a shadow here, but it looked kind of weird, so we'll see. Let's try again. Looks okay, but I guess if I do that one like that, maybe it's just because this one doesn't have a shadow, which is why it looks a little odd. Let's see, it would be like... And then this would also be... That's better. Do you use normal maps? I do not. I just never really did it for any of the ones when I started out, so I just haven't bothered. Normal maps can look pretty cool. I mean, I think like with anything, it's just it's a style choice, right? I think pixel art can look great without normal maps. Because you can bake a lot of the lighting sort of into the sprite, obviously. You know? Which I've already kind of done here, so... So I think we could use a little bit of a darker color right on here. Just to kind of highlight that this is like a separate piece and not just a shading thing. Like that. There we go. Yeah, I think this sprite's pretty much done. We can just go through and outline it now. Yeah, normal map stuff is really cool. I don't really know how to do it. I don't know like what colors you're supposed to use and stuff. It's probably not really that bad, but Godot does have support for it, so it would be interesting. But I don't know. Then I've got to set up a whole like lighting system, so yeah, it's a lot of work unless it's fully automated. Yeah, it really can be. I haven't really done it, but just watching other people do it and stuff, it just seems like it could be pretty time consuming to have to go through and do that for everything. If I did it from the very beginning, then maybe. But like having to go back through and do that to every single building would probably kind of suck. So, yeah. Alright. This is pretty much, I think, where I want it. It's not bad. Only thing I do is probably that right there. Yeah. So I say we go ahead and import it into the game and see what it looks like. We still have to implement a whole way to actually do like spawn the asteroids in and collect them, and you know, there's going to be a lot of code now to do. PNG, so asteroid collector, boom. All right. So let's go back into here now. Looks really nice, very good contrast and colors. So thank you, yeah. Yeah, having a palette really helps with that, with like contrast and stuff. Because it's like having a nice static frame of reference for everything. Sometimes like when you just wing the colors and you don't really... it's super easy to make colors that are... You start to like shift your colors too bright or too dark, just depending on the vibe. So it's nice to have like just a reference point for how bright things are, you know? Because contrast is honestly so much more important than the colors actually are. So yeah. All right, now we got the asteroid collector. So let's rename this. I don't know if it's really gonna have animations. We'll see. But just in case, I'll keep it as an animated sprite. Let's delete all these. Let's go find asteroid collector. Boom. Same thing over here. Boom. All right. Our physics shape is going to need to change, so make unique. 48 by 48. And this is going to have some offset. It's going to have to be moved up like that. -8, maybe even -10. Just sort of in the center like that. Yeah, that's probably what we'll do. This isn't really going to be crafting, so I don't think it makes sense to have this extend the recipe building. We'll just make a new script and just say extends buildable, because we're going to have to create new code for this. It's going to be a whole new thing. Asteroid collector. Okay. Everything else in here should be fine. We don't need a progress bar anymore. Get rid of that. Save it. So let's go into our buildings table. This has all the data for every building in the game, so we can just go to where, like, we put the atmosphere collector here. Copy that. Bring it down. Starground building, asteroid collector. Rename all this stuff. So this is the sprite offset, so we need to see, what did we offset it by? It was -10. So we're gonna say -10 right there. And this is gonna be a 3x3 building. Key building, asteroid collector. This is probably gonna use a lot of energy. Maybe -30, maybe even more, we'll see. So ingredients, it'll probably use rotors. I kind of wanted to use gemstones. Oops. And it'll use rotors. It's not waterproof, production. All right. So now it should be in the game. Pretty sure I called the item gemstone, not just gem. So hopefully we'll be okay. We'll see. Let's load in and check it out. One of these days, I do want to work on more dynamic shadowing. I messed around with it a little bit, but it was tricky to, like, get working right. But I would love if I could have shadows underneath the buildings that kind of rotate around with the time of the day and stuff. It would be really sick if I could do that. I just need to think of a good dynamic way to do it easily without me having to go through and draw a shadow for every single type of building in the game, because that would take a while. Alright, so here's our asteroid collector. That scales pretty decent, because the mover will go there like that. I wanted the size of the opening to be relatively the same size as the mover. Just kind of like a thing of like, oh yeah, that's where you pull the items out of. Oops, I tried to open it. That's a bad idea. Yeah, this shouldn't use the crafting more. Okay. Excuse me, guys. So now the next step of this building is I have to, well, make it collect asteroids. So let's work on that, shall we? UI coding is my nemesis. Yeah. UI stuff can be quite annoying. But I gotta say though, sometimes like it is nice to get a nice clean UI working though. So I mean, it's important, as unfortunate as that is. But yeah, I just attached a UI for a different kind of building to it, and so it just crashed instantly when I tried to open it because it's not set up for that. It's odd how the little disconnect icon's there, and then when I place it down, it's different. I don't know. It's okay, though. All right, so this is where we're at. Not bad. Looks like eyeballs, you know? Like two eyes peering out into the distance. Kind of what it is. So I imagine that these are going to kind of work like the collectors do. For anybody that's not familiar, collectors in Starground are how these resource nodes get mined and collected. So if I place one down, somewhere around here, or you can just watch this one in action. I'll take some items out so it works. So these bees will go around in this radius of the collector. They harvest the resources and then come back to the collector and drop off their loot. So I think this asteroid collector is going to function in a similar way, not as in the bees will actually go out and grab stuff, but it'll kind of like pull asteroids in a certain radius. So we'll probably do something like that. I guess I can turn the audio up a little bit. Let me know if it's too loud. So let's go back to Opus. So cool. Thank you very much. Yeah. Also, I didn't change the color of the gray there. Let's fix that. One thing I love about Godot is it'll automatically update any resources in game if you change them. So if I just click back in, you can see it'll update to blue, which is super cool. It makes, you have no idea how helpful that is for creating assets for the game. It's so nice. Because I can just like make a change and instantly see what does it look like in game. So it's really cool. So yeah, we're probably just gonna give this building a radius. Right now it just has, it's gonna scream because it's trying to do things it shouldn't. So yeah, thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. So yeah, I probably just bricked the game again. No, we're okay actually. But yeah, it's not happy. Let's not go into the inventory until we actually set it up right. I do want to add in some more like products. I do like the gemstone thing, but I think it'd be cool if you had to craft the gemstone into a like lens. That could be kind of cool. So maybe we'll add just a quick little item for that, honestly. I have been wanting to add in more like building recipes, so now I want a donut. Yeah. Yeah, that was the I did like a Blender donut speed run, and I just had that laying around on my computer, so I was like, why not, oh excuse me, why not just use that for the Twitch follow notification. So this will just be the shape of our lens. I really hate how I can't reshape or like turn off the anti-aliasing in Krita. It's really annoying. If anybody uses Krita and knows how to turn off this anti-aliasing on the shape tool, please let me know. But that's okay. We'll do it the old-fashioned way. So yeah, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. So I want to have the lens just at a little bit of an angle. You know, because it looks cooler. Let's see, I'm trying to keep it symmetrical. That's not too bad. Although it's not, we need to move everything over to the left. There we go. And do some anti-aliasing and stuff. So I imagine this will have like a shine mark. That's probably all we really need for that. Delete the white stuff on the outside. I realize I also made this with a gap for some reason, so that was just an epic fail. Let me fill that out. I've done all the items in the game at 12 by 12, which I kind of like the look of it because I initially did that because I wanted the whole style of the game is kind of like a little cartoony, so I wanted the resolution of our sprites to match that. Sometimes it is really hard to draw sprites at such a small size, you know? Would have been easier if I went up to something like 64 or 32 or whatever, because you just get way more room for detail, but I don't know. Comes back to that whole stylized thing, you know? Let's just do the light anti-aliasing here, maybe. No, we'll do the heavy one, actually. Maybe let's do a... like, in-between one like that. That'll work for now. Alright, so this is going to be called a lens. Now, how do you spell lens? Is it with an E? Lens or lens? Which one is... what's the difference? Is lens not a real word? Confusion arises from the plural form of lens. Okay. So, lens with an E is not a real word. It's just because when you spell out lenses, then you have the E? But they use lens in that... I don't know anymore. I think it's just a common mistake. Lens is a misspelling. Okay. Well, let's use lens then as the name. PNG. Alright. So we're gonna go into the recipe table and add that to one of our buildings. I'm thinking we just do... probably just our crafter. I don't want to neglect the crafter and, you know, stop adding recipes to it. So, let's just copy one of these in here. Primitive handle. Right up here with rotor. It'll just be a simple recipe. So, input will be maybe like a bunch of gemstones. I don't know, 4 to 1. We'll see. So we save that, go back into the items table and create the lens item. We can just kind of do this wherever. Next to stone brick or something, it doesn't matter. Starground lens. Lens seems like it's just raw. You know what I mean? Lens. Right now it seems just very, like, not a real word to me, but I guess it is. Anyways, back in our buildings table, instead of this taking gemstones, I think it'd be cool if it took 2 lens. So let's change that. And that should be good now. Alright, so something also that I want to take a look at today is hydrogen bombs. So let me show you guys what we got in the game. So I've been having this little thing where I keep progressively making stronger and stronger bombs, and it gets to the point where it's not even balanced, it's actually unbalanced. Like, it's actually bad for the player to use them because the blast radius just gets so big that you can't escape in time, then you just also die. So we've got the regular small bomb, cheap and just does a little tiny blast radius, right? But we've also got the nuclear bomb, and this is a little bit more powerful. It's got a larger blast radius, as you can see. Wait for that to explode. So there's the nuke. I want to add, now that we have hydrogen, I would like to add a hydrogen bomb. Because that would be pretty cool. That has an even bigger and larger radius of destruction. So, because why not? Why not add it? It's kind of fun to just destroy everything. So let's do that. So nuclear bomb. We're gonna copy it, create a new one. And this one is gonna be hydrogen bomb. Oops. Hydrogen bomb. Hydrogen bomb. All right, now we've got to draw a sprite for the hydrogen bomb, so let's go do that. We have already in the game a sprite for our nuclear bomb, so we can kind of just grab that wherever it is. Oh yeah, it's in items. It should be kind of similar to the nuke, but a little different. So what do hydrogen bombs look like? Basically the same, but I'll probably just do kind of base it around the SAR Bomba, this one. So the size of this image is 16. I think we're gonna up it quite a bit. It's got to be larger. So I'm thinking maybe we go to 20. It's gonna look ridiculous in your inventory, but I think that's kind of the point. You kind of want it to be stupid. Hydrogen bomb removes ground platforms. That would be insane if it like destroyed land tiles and platforms. Oh my god. It would be even crazier than the nuke. Maybe we'll do that. It would be insane, but... Okay, so I'm thinking we keep that up there, and then we'll just kind of extend it down. Alright, so we're gonna do like... let's see, they're kind of pointy though. We'll figure out the shape of this in a bit. I guess this is right. Yeah. So let's do that. Now it doesn't go in the corner. I guess we could just do that and then increase this back fin part. That would be fine. Thing for the big bomb from Isaac? I don't know what that even looks like, actually. I could go look at that as reference. Binding of Isaac, big bomb. Oh yeah. Looks pretty epic. We could do something along those lines, maybe. Oh, just the floor destroying mechanic? Oh, okay. Yeah, it would be pretty cool, wouldn't it? It won't destroy floors in the dungeons, probably, because it would just be difficult to get that working correctly, but at least around the automation zone. Maybe we change up the design of this bomb instead of it being like the square back thing like other bombs. We do more like the Binding of Isaac bomb. Just to switch up the design a little bit so they don't look the same. So here, let's separate this out a little bit. So it's gonna have like this kind of base area and then fins extending off from that. Yeah, we're gonna change the color. This is just temporary right now. I think we're gonna go with like a more evil looking color scheme. I don't know what that might be. We'll see. So this is gonna kind of go out like that. So kind of like that. I guess this one is just like a single fin, so like that. It's hard to get this looking quite right. But that'll be fine, I think. I do want it to look very evil, so I kind of like the fins because they look like spikes, you know? So for the color scheme on this, I'm thinking we go away from the rusty brown to like kind of more like the Sarbamba, or it's like a silver. Red, blue, green, those are other colors, yeah. Maybe. We'll see. Let's just like kind of redo the shading first. Then we'll figure out where we want to go from here. Also, let's see, this one doesn't make sense. Let's do that instead. There we go. And we're gonna have in-between colors, so like that. And that'll be more of like a gray. And the dark gray. And this will turn into black. Sleep time for me, have fun with the bomb. Sounds good. Well, thanks so much for coming in the stream. I appreciate it. And have a good rest of your night. I don't think I like the style of this bomb. Something about the fins back here just don't look right. I think it's because they like curve kind of weird instead of being like square. Let's I hate to do it, but let's redo the back completely again. I gotta figure out a better design. Okay, so there's our back. Everyone's not in front. Yeah, I don't know. It's just I want to redo it. So let's think about the perspective of this bomb. There's going to be one on top here, right? So like that. That's one fin. Yeah, this is better. And then back here, we're gonna have one. Oh yeah, that was the other issue here too, I think, is that I didn't do like... It needs to be flat against this edge here. And you wouldn't really see the one over here. You might see like a little bit of the one down here. But it would basically just be like a little tiny splodge like that. I think this is better. Okay. I think I want this to be a little thicker here. that. Maybe make these fins even a little thicker. Spaceship, yeah. Kind of. What does a Sarbomba look like? Sarbomba kind of had that thing with like the back fins like that. That is a huge bomb. Okay. That's good there. And now I say we go around and do our shading, you know. So we've got the like black part, which I might expand a little more. Maybe replace a little bit of it with that, so it's like shiny. Okay. Maybe I'll disconnect this stuff here now. Just do this as kind of like a shadow thing. Alright. Did you sprite I made for the Oshik mod? Awesome, I'll check it out. Also, we got an ad going on. My apologies. I'll check that out 1 second. Also, let's see. Anything on top? The bright color, so like this. And that'll be dark. Alright, we're getting there. Do you want there to be a line right here? Oh yeah. Okay, we're getting there. I'll take a look at your sprite right after the ads. I guess maybe we'd see like a little peek of the other one over here, but definitely like not much though. Yeah, just like that. Oh, you don't get ads? Okay, right. We can go look at it now then. All right. Let's open this up. Let me download it and just put it in a Krita. Call it... Oh god, sorry. Sheep image, whatever. Okay, now let's open it. Okay, so here we are. So yeah, what I think of this and any changes and stuff. So I guess first off, what is this building used for? Is this like a character with like 2 legs, or is this like is this different? Is this like a drill extractor thing, or? Okay, yeah, extractor V2. So some of the things I would probably change with this, it's probably gonna be mostly lighting stuff. So first off, let's just take a look at the head. This is fine, but you got a little bit of pillow shading here. Basically doing like bright, medium, dark, and kind of like a gradient. So I think like I would probably not do that. So I would just do this, make the whole top part bright. And also don't put a dark color here. So kind of remove that. And then I would just sprinkle in a couple blue pixels just in the corners for anti-aliasing. It just makes this look much more like the top of a head. in my opinion. The other thing I would work on here is like shading stuff. So if you're thinking all the sprites that I do on Starground is coming from the top right, so I'd probably like make the left side dark because it's like rounded, right? If that makes sense. Kind of like that. And then this side wouldn't really be any dark at all because it's where the light source is coming from. And let's see, keep this bright though, because I imagine this is like a little inset thing here, because this is like a screen for the guy. Let's clear out these anti-aliasing pixels for a minute. I feel like this shape looks a little better for the screen. I tend not to do this pattern like that because you get this huge chunk of like a big pixel in there, and it tends to just look kind of odd. So I'd probably do that. And then also the face in here, I think these pixels I don't know what they're contributing, because they're darker than the screen color, so it's not anti-aliasing. So I'd probably just replace all those with these. And I'd probably change the shape of this mouth a little bit, because it's maybe a little too angular. This is just what I would do if I was drawing this guy, you know? And also I think the screen is too bright, so I'd probably replace it with a black color like that. It's not always a bad thing to have contrast. And to reintroduce your anti-aliasing stuff, we can take like a color like this, and then just like sprinkle this through like that. Now, yeah, I think onto the leg stuff. The shading here, I probably wouldn't do it like this, because I imagine these are like cylindrical supports or something, right, for the drill down here. So doing the shading like this, it doesn't give my head a very good idea of what this is or what the shape is supposed to be. So if this is supposed to be a cylinder kind of thing, I guess I'll just ask, are these supposed to be like two cylinders sticking down into the ground? Is that the idea with these? Also, yeah, let's fix these, I just realized. Kinda, okay. So yeah, assuming that they're cylinders, I would change a couple things around here. Typically for the machines, I keep things very like blocky and angular. Just because it helps like sell that this is a building versus like something else. I'll probably also inset these. Also, keep in mind, I'm not doing this to say that your sprite's bad or anything. That's not what I'm getting at here. I'm just going through the process that I would do if I was drawing this, so... So let's change how the shading here works. Since the shape above it is flat at the bottom, then your lighting here would also be like match that. But since this is a cylinder, you want to round the lighting. So it's going to be something like this. And let's just get rid of that color for a minute. So with cylinders, we just match the same lighting rules that we did before, where this side is brighter, so it's going to be lit up on this side and then dark over here. Sometimes I'll do like that if it's like a shiny material, just to kind of indicate that like maybe this is like a bounce light or something. It doesn't really matter what it is, but so something more like that. Sometimes I'll also do this if it's like up near a shadow. Just get rid of the highlight section like that. And assuming this is like legs, let's fill all this in. Or like little feet that stick out, right? So that means I do bright on top, right? And then the sides will be dark because it's not facing the light source. Maybe some anti-aliasing. And we can do the same thing down here that we did up there, where we kind of do like the Boom, kind of like that. So now it kind of gives the impression that these are like feet sticking out. Because we have dark and then it goes bright again. And if you wanted it to look more like feet, you could go even brighter with it. You could take a new color like that. So it's like obvious that it's receiving light from the top. And then yeah, I think the other thing here is that this needs a drill. That would definitely help, like, with all these buildings that I do, I always try to include something like that that's like an obvious, like, oh yeah, that's what the building does. Or that's what the building is. And so if this is like mining stuff, then to me, like adding a drill is just an immediate, like, okay, that's a thing that mines stuff. So. And then for a drill, yeah, I'll still need to do that, yeah. So I would think just do the lighting the same way, where it's going to be darker up top just as a shadow being cast from the top body area. But now drills are interesting because they're kind of like, you can think of it as like a spiral going down the drill. So you just kind of repeat like a pattern like that. So it has like, you can think of it as having like a ridge for the lighting to be caught. I'm gonna push these up a little bit. Right, so this is how I draw drills. I'm gonna modify the shape a little bit here. It's like that, and then we can go through and start doing our lighting. And if you think of the shape of a drill, it's also a cylinder, technically, if you think about it. Right, so we would do our lighting the same way. So kind of like that. And then these, since they're in the shadow area, would be darker. So that's sort of what I would probably do. And if you wanted to, you could have like indents for where the highlights are, sort of like that or whatever. And then we outline it. So that's probably how I would draw this. I don't know what this little speck thing is. Is this supposed to be like a little light or an LED or something in the corner? Ooh. Okay, a flower? Yeah. I would probably just expand this out then and really emphasize that it's a flower, you know? Something kind of like that. Or you could do like this with just the little dot. Just have some like petals. I don't know, my flowers are terrible. Well, I guess I would do that and then probably go through and like... What color is that? Oh, it's that color. Then do that. Now the issue is that the eyes, though, are the same color. So yeah, I'd probably do the flower as a different color from your eyes if it's going to be right next to them. Or just move the eye a little bit in. That's your other option. Or maybe lower the mouth. I don't know, something. But this is probably how I'd do it. Now, I don't know how I feel about the drill area, presuming that these are like feet. Because, you know, it kind of... But it's probably okay. Also, these would probably be a little darker. Flower isn't supposed to be a huge thing. Okay. Well, yeah, it just depends on the vibe you're going for. If it's supposed to be tiny, then you can just leave it as being tiny. So let's just get rid of it and redo it. Doesn't really alias well with the dark blue because it's basically already dark blue. So I'm just gonna not do it. Okay, well there's flower 2.0. You could also do like this maybe for a flower. That's probably how I would do it. Just so it looks like it kind of has petals, you know? Alright. But anyways, hopefully that helps. I can send this to you if you want. Just as a frame of reference. But yeah. So yeah, okay. I will do that. Can I just copy it and send it? Let's see. It looks like it did copy, but the background is black for some reason. I'll just resave it. Unless it's not actually black and it's just... Let's see. Well, it's fine. You can crop out the black part. So yeah. Yeah, that's how I do it. And if you wanted this like screen area to have like kind of like a, you know, a little bit of a bevel thing, you could do this. Right, just so it looks like it's kind of extending out from the face. But it's up to you. Well, hopefully that helps. Just kind of going through how I would do this stuff. But yeah. I don't know if I would make these look like feet necessarily if I was doing this kind of building. Like, I kind of do that on the thumper, but the thumper's way wider, so I feel like it, I don't know, maybe works a little better. You could do what I did on the thumper and add these like support braces here. However I would describe those, like that. Just so it feels a little more like industrial and like connected here. Right. So that's another option you could consider. And these might not be the bright color, but yeah, it's fine. Anyways. I guess I'll also send this one because this one's better. Here's that one. Alright, continuing on. I think the nuke is basically where I want it. I don't want to overdo it. There's no room to put any kind of warning icon in it, but I think that's fine. So let's say this is hydrogen bomb. Items PNG. What's a PGN? It's interesting. All right, let's go copy the nuclear bomb. I'm just gonna duplicate it because it's gonna behave the exact same way practically, and now call it hydrogen bomb. So we're gonna drastically increase the radius. I'm thinking we double it. Pretty much all of these are fine already. So I'm gonna just do at export on the blast radius. Increase it to 512. And increase the damage to 100 and up the lifespan to 15 seconds. Sprite on this will change to hydrogen bomb. And that's pretty much all we really need to do. It's basically ready. I'll probably make a new warning sound for when it's about to blow and stuff, you know? It'll go like... or something. I don't know. We'll see. I do need to replace this sprite, the radius thing, with like a higher res circle, because it's kind of pixelated, as you can see. Let's see if we just call this white. Circle radius, big white. Whoa. And set that back to 4 probably. Also, we need to up our shape cast. Just forgot about that. Do I set the radius in here? Oh, right. The radius like lerps over time. I forget. So how big should this be, though? Is this radius too big? Here, let's undo it to what we had before. Is that really what we had? Okay. Well, what's the resolution of this? That's 128. And I think the other one is like way bigger. Yeah, so this really should be... What is that difference? 1024 divided... I think it's 8. Yeah. So then this one will just be scale of 1. Like that. Alright. Yeah, because blast radius is 512, so if this is 1024 by default, then that makes sense. Alright, let's launch the game and try out the hydrogen bomb. Alright, here we go. Give hydrogen bomb. There it is. It's huge in the inventory. But it looks cool. Like, it's not, like, weirdly big. And here it is. Where should we drop it? It won't break land tiles yet, so we do have to change that code. But that's fine. Let's just drop it right here. Oh my god, that radius is enormous. Get out! It's so laggy. Oh my god. Enormous destruction. Well, I'd say that works. Oh my god, there's so many items on the ground. It's insane. Get the skateboard out. It does break resources when it does it, right? I think it does, yeah. Yeah. Crazy. I do need to work a lot on the effects and stuff of the bomb, because I want to make like the explosion like actually look bigger and stuff, so we'll have to work on that. It's so crazy. We're gonna make this hydrogen bomb pretty expensive because it's crazy. Hopefully nobody uses it for evil. We'll see how long that lasts. I'm worried someone's gonna like use it on the public server and just destroy everything, you know? There we go. Well, let's drop all these items. Awesome. It's huge, the radius. my god. There's so many items on the ground. Oops. I keep forgetting it doesn't take in an argument now. It's crazy. Look at all the items. My god. Okay. Well, that'll work. But yeah, we're gonna have to really change the way that it kind of does the all the particles and stuff, because let's get rid of the radius thing. The shrapnel is cool. I wanna... Does it run the shrapnel? Yeah, it does emit the shrapnel. It's just these are gonna have to go way further out now, right? Same with that, and also the center fire and stuff. And the smoke. So yeah, that's gonna need a bit of work, but it does work. So let's also implement maybe a way to break the land tiles too. It's just kind of awesome, you know? How would I do that? I'm gonna have to like grab the coordinates of the tiles around me somehow. I guess I could check if I'm colliding with a land tile. So let's try that. Is tile map layer. I'm just gonna print some stuff to see if this would work, right? Now the issue is that pushing back the tile map layer means it's not gonna collide with it again. So I'm not gonna push it back actually. Hopefully I can figure out, like, I can get a coordinate of the position of where it's colliding or something. We'll have to see. Ugh. Mustache gets in the way now, guys. The beard's getting pretty long. We're getting there. Soon I can, like, comb it, you know, to, like, a point. I can probably twist the mustache up. Like, do little curls, you know? If I got, like, some hair gel or something. Alright. Let's go see what this prints. Actually, let's just do the nuclear bomb for this one, because it does the same code. So let's see what it prints. So it is not printing that. It's probably because the shapecast doesn't check for 1. Yeah, so of course it's not going to. I don't really want it to do constant collisions. I would rather just like calculate the tile coordinate or whatever, or the edge of where the radius is. This is probably going to be incredibly slow, but let's try this just as an experiment. So I'm gonna save Iron Rage, and we're just gonna do... I don't know how we're gonna create a circle from this. We'll just do a couple points. I guess we could do like a cool pattern depending on how many rays we send out. Could look actually kind of cool. So maybe we do like we can say like 8 rotations or whatever. call this like var ray count is 8. So now for ion range, ray count. Or I guess I don't need that because I could just calculate it based off of our current index. No, because I need to know the total one. So now we're gonna say var angle is ray count, or is I divided by 8 or whatever. So if we're at 0 divided by 8, it's 0, angle 0. 1 divided by 8 is that angle. 2 divided by 8 is that angle. Yeah. So that should work. Because 1 in this case will be, I think, equal to pi. No, actually, it's in terms of pi, isn't it? So we'd have to figure that out based off of pi. So we'll just say I times... Or we just say pi divided by ray count, or actually it'd be tau. So that would give us like an angle. So that would be like 360 or whatever divided by 8, which is segments of 45. So then we say I times that. And I think that's what we want to do here. And now we're just gonna say var chord is our radius. So we're gonna say right here dot radius dot rotated to angle. So we're actually just going to do this. Vector 2. So we're just going to push it out from X, 0, Y. Hey, bruh, thank you so much for the resub. Let me, confetti. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Egg. How's it going? Man, 18 months. Yeah, that's crazy. Thank you so much for that. How are you doing? I'm currently creating weapons of mass destruction, so... Egg. So that's gonna be a chord. Now we're gonna say our tile map is mod API.get tile map at position, global position, and now we're gonna say tile map dot get cell I guess just set cell. And then we're just gonna round the chords. So, well, first we have to say tile map dot local to map tile map dot to local chord. So that actually needs to be our global position plus that. Yeah, so now we're going to be converting that global position to our local coordinate and then convert that to a map coordinate. And now we have our tile chord is that. Now we can say set cell tile chord. Good, not created weapons of mass destruction, sadly. Yeah, that's too bad, man. Source ID is 0. And then atlas chords is vector 2i -1 -1. So that should set all of the cells in our arrays to be empty. So it'll create this interesting, like, theoretically, obviously we have to try it out and see what happens. I don't think I have a whiteboard here. Let's create one. So theoretically what's going to happen is at the epicenter of our bomb, it's going to like shoot out rays like this. So it'll create this like blast, like a star pattern. So we'll see if that works. I don't really know if it will, but we'll see. It might be a really interesting pattern. It should already work. So this is gonna also work with the nuke right now, which is fine. So let's just go to like a kind of open area. Right here's a good spot to test and launch it right here. And I want to see if it does like a star pattern with the tiles. Let's see. Oh, it totally does. It's actually really interesting. Obviously, it wasn't set right. I realize I can't just set it to nothing. I have to say, this. I have to do, global.main.set modified tile. And then that's going to be our current region. Let's just do this. So var region ID is equal to mod API to get region at position. And then we change this to from ID, region ID. Now we pass that in. And then we just pass in our tile position and whether it's land or not. It's tile chord and false. So now that should probably set the tiles properly. So let's try that again. And we can probably have it do like a little circle radius, just like a default like area that it has to be filled out with. So let's try right here. My game stops freezing. I don't know why that happens. I really don't think it's in the editor, but I don't know. Let's just watch this happen. Shoot. Oh, it's not happy. So why didn't this work? Region ID. Oh. I did just region, so. Let's retry that. Oh, it's so cool how it breaks the tiles, though. That's actually kind of awesome. What? You guys saw that, right? That's kind of awesome. Hold on, let's try this again somewhere else. Now that everything over here is broken or whatever. Let's do it here. My game stops freezing, dude. So let's watch this. It sounds really cool with the tile breaking. That's kind of sick. So now something else that we can do. We can increase the number of rays. Like we can double the ray count, so it'll end up being like denser. So you'll see what happens with that one. Oh. Game is not happy. I really should go to a new world to do this, but it's fine. Say thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. Okay, let's go over here and test it really quick. So this will do double density of the ray thickness, so there should be like a larger blast radius, or like just more chunks cut out of the terrain. Oh yeah. See, look how sick that looks. It looks like when you blow up stuff with Minecraft TNT, you know? It's actually not bad. I'm actually pretty happy with how that turned out. Anyways, can you use bombs in dungeons? Yes, you can. It won't do the terrain breaking like this, but... Oops, I did not mean to place that down. But it'll still destroy enemies and stuff, so... By the way, bees, are they constantly being deloaded and reloaded when they enter / leave the collectors? Yeah, I think they are. So how the collector scene works is it'll instantiate a new bee whenever it's time. So if we go inside of the collector and look at bee. So right here, it's gonna load the scene and instantiate it, which one little quick performance improvement I could make here actually is just do that, and then up here, say static B scene is equal to that. So that'll improve the performance a little bit, actually. But I don't think it really is that slow. The B scene is pretty easy to load in, so... But yeah, is there a specific reason, though? Like, do you want to modify that behavior or something, or just wonder for performance reasons? Man, so maybe we even, like, up the rate count, like, a lot more. I don't know. I don't know how slow this is. It's hard to tell because I'm also breaking a million buildings right now. And there's also a million items everywhere, so... Let's go load into a new save and test this stuff. Oh, you've had for performance to keep them in game. I mean, honestly, it's probably not a bad idea. I just don't think I've ever noticed it actually mattering. I've never seen, like, in the profiler it affecting anything, so... I typically only try and optimize stuff that's, like, I know is actually slow, but, yeah. But yeah, I mean, that's definitely a good idea. It would be better to do it that way, instead of reinstantiating them and stuff, yeah. Alright, let's enable cheats. So yeah, I just want to see what this looks like on a fresh new world. And like really, I'm checking for performance here, because if like the game starts to lag really hard while the bomb's going off, then yeah. So let's just walk around. So we can tell if it's lagging. I mean, it's definitely laggy. Well, it looks so cool though. I wonder if it's just because it's dropping an item for all of these, so maybe we just don't do that. This is all the if set cells. I can just call it down here like don't drop the item. And drop item. And then we can just add this up here. Up item bool is true. So what is set cells? Okay, so why would I ever call this but not set the cells? Let me check what I'm doing with that. Oh, well, I guess it's just for the initial loading, probably. Let's go check. So, where did I say? Region ID, tile position is land. So the fourth one in here. Right here is where I do it. Yeah, this is where I request tile data, so that's fine. I don't want to break everything. I definitely do not want to. So it'll be fine. So I'm going to make it so the nuclear bomb does not drop items. I know that seems crazy, but if you're blowing up everything, you shouldn't be rewarded. Okay, region ID, tile cord, false, true, false. Expected most 4, but receive 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What do you mean? Like it's literally right. Oh, it's just because I didn't save it. Okay. So now they won't drop items anymore. I feel like it makes sense because it's like it's basically like the. Why is it just static? Whatever, we'll fix that another. It's probably just because I'm modifying code all weird. Or probably crashed the script or something. Something happened. I think it's broken. Let's relaunch the game. I don't know. If we can improve the performance of it, then maybe we can, you know, have it do the thing again, but we'll see. Also, this might need to be called, like, is it on the server or what? Let's go check. Hey, Sakelis, welcome in. How's it going? What have you been up to? I don't know why my computer is always so laggy, guys. I get tired of it. I feel like it's something with my CPU. Like, I feel like I'm getting, like, weird CPU spikes. That's what it feels like, you know? What was I gonna do in here? So set modified tile, I guess it's gonna have to be probably an RPC. Oh yeah, it's on the server, so I have to say RPC. Let's go on, doing the daily grind, started working with port audio recently. Oh yeah? Port audio. There's a computer library for audio playback, interesting. Yeah, that's cool stuff. I would like to do more audio stuff, especially with the Godot. I've thought about doing in-game voice chat. Like, I don't know if I don't think I'd add it to Starground, but it would just be a fun thing to experiment with and just try, you know. How old is my PC? Well, you know, it's like the ship of Theseus. My PC is it still has parts from when it was first created, but I've upgraded a lot of my parts. So my CPU is kind of old. Let me go find when I bought my CPU. So I bought my PC or my CPU 5 years ago, in 2020. I have a 3900 XT. I think what's causing my performance is my CPU. I have still plenty of RAM. I would like to get faster RAM because I'm still on DDR4. I would like to upgrade to 5. I don't think it's my GPU, because GPUs don't do that. They don't cause your whole computer to, like, freeze. And I know it's not my SSD, because it's doing nothing. It's blazing fast, you know? It's like a NVMe. It's fine. So, yeah, I just need to... I'm pretty sure it's just my CPU and RAM. It's probably about time. Not sure how far I'm going to go with it, but I feel like I've reached a point where I can confidently start getting into more lower level stuff. Yeah, that's nice. Low level stuff, you can do a lot of really cool things, just hard though, you know? But yeah, if you like really learn how to do stuff with that, it's cool. So like for performance and stuff, you can really optimize stuff, but you can also accidentally really make things run bad too. So. Okay, let's test this out right here. So this is gonna be probably running just as bad. Let's see. But it shouldn't drop the tiles anymore, so hopefully it won't be too laggy. Oh, that's actually significantly faster. So I think it was just instantiating all those items being dropped from the tiles was causing all the lag from the blast. But you can see that ran way better. I kind of don't mind that it's a permanent crater, because it's weird that all the items just end up in the water anyways, so that's kind of sick, actually. It's so cool. Like, this is how Minecraft TNT kind of explodes, where it does these like ray casts out to like break the land tiles. So it's really interesting, honestly. It does look sick. Like, if you up the blast strength of TNT in Minecraft really high, it does this pattern of like a starburst. So let's try with the hydrogen bomb. It should kind of have the same pattern, but just the tendrils will extend out further. Oh, I hid the radius on the hydrogen bomb, right? There we go. I looked epic. Well, yeah, thank you. It does look pretty sick. It's scary watching the breaking tiles come toward you. It's like, oh my god. But that's pretty awesome. It is quite devastating, isn't it? It destroys all the buildings, but now it also destroys the very land underneath us too. It's kind of cool. I think I'll keep it. I don't think I'll make the nuclear bomb do that, but the hydrogen bomb, it kind of makes more sense, so. It does create some awesome patterns on here. That's sick. Stone brick, 99. Okay. I'm just gonna go to Opus really quick. I want to see what happens on Opus when you launch a hydrogen bomb. Uh-oh. We gotta get out of here. Okay, that should be far enough away. Anyways, yeah. Saved in my last upgrade in 2020, yeah. Won't be doing anything like writing my own drivers. Yeah, that would be crazy. But yeah, it does break the platform just fine. Cool. Well, that'll be fun. Just as a little extra danger with the hydrogen bombs, you know? They're gonna run really bad. You know, because, I mean, it's just destroying everything. It's gonna be super slow, but that's okay. You know, I don't think people are launching hydrogen bombs expecting the game to run super fast and handle it fine. Let's watch this happen again. It's gonna go. Oh, there it goes. It's so epic, though. I don't know why the shape is different from the nuclear bomb. It's kind of interesting, honestly. Like, you wouldn't expect it to be. I think it's because the radius here is moving slower. And so it like breaks, it has more of a chance to break more tiles. Whereas here the radius is moving faster out because it's a larger radius. I think that's the difference. So it's really interesting how it changes, like this is more square and this is more circular, you know? It's odd. I might also have like a very minor chance for a ray to stop working or something. Just so that it's more like staticky. Could be interesting. If I can create my own audio system with my own buffers, codecs, etc. Yeah. No prompt to this edition. Yeah, Oshik was just talking about it, like breaking the land tiles, and I was like, that's cool. Because we added in a new high tier bomb, the hydrogen bomb. So I thought it would be cool to, you know, make the bomb actually more destructive than the nuclear bomb. And I figured breaking the tiles underneath would be the way to do that. People on lower end rigs like it's T3 and his thing's still exploding, yeah. Man. Yeah, this is cool though. I want to add a system where there's a chance for a ray to end early, I think. So I'm gonna do that. I'm just gonna have a thing here of our ended rays, right? And I'm just gonna give it a very small chance. So I'm gonna say if Randi range like a 0 to a 1 in 100 chance. Dot push back I. And then right here I'm just gonna say if ended rays dot has I, then continue. Alright, so what that should do is it's going to add a chance for the rays to kind of stagger. So instead of just being a perfect circular radius, it'll now kind of like, there's going to be a couple rays that end short. And we'll have to modify that chance. It's a 1 in 100 right now, but this is happening every single frame. So it has to be a really low chance, otherwise the rays will just end instantly. So let's see what this looks like now. I need to generate a new world. I've desecrated this one. Oh yeah, that looks pretty cool. So you can see what it does, like some of these rays are like just cut off early. So it's pretty sick. And modifying this chance is basically controlling like how destructive our blast radius is. So if we lower it like a lot, now it's a 1 in 10, this is probably going to have a very small blast radius for its explosion. So let's see what it looks like. Oh yeah, you can see what happened. It's like way different. So that's really interesting. I think that's how TNT actually does it in Minecraft. But I feel like 1 in 100 feels pretty good, so I'm just gonna keep it at that. So trick the game. That is true. Well, this is running on the physics process, I think. Oh no, it's not on the physics. Why am I not running this on the physics process? Okay, guys, we're about to optimize nuclear bombs. Yeah, this really should be in the physics process, not the regular process. Should add a chance for bomb to be a dud. Oh yeah, player has to go to think about the risk of going in and try and fix it. Yeah, that'd be crazy. Yeah, that'd be awesome. Maybe. Smoke done and audio done. Alright, so we're gonna move this all into the physics event. So we're gonna say exploded true. And this is where I'm actually on explode. I can just say physics, right? Physics process or whatever. Set physics process true. And then by default it'll just be false. Now I can move this whole code, the actual like destruction code. Boom. And we go ahead and move that into function physics process. And this is actually only running on the server, so easy fix to this is just do this, or just an easy make things better. Down in here, we only actually start it if is server. Okay, so that'll be better, because the thing is that this is, we have to wait a physics frame for the radius of this to increase anyway, so there's really no reason not to do it that way. Okay. Alright. Once the radius is visible again, so we'll probably restart after this one. Blew up the entire planet, yeah. Can a bomb be put on a weapon like how the stabs and swords are built? Yes, they can, yeah. Yeah, the hydrogen bomb will need a nuclear bomb to craft it, so. Because that's how hydrogen bombs work. They basically use nuclear bombs to activate the hydrogen fusion reaction inside. I know a lot about nuclear bombs, guys, and hydrogen bombs. Yeah. I've drawn a lot of them, it's funny. But come to think of it, I've done like at least a couple commissions for nuclear bombs before in the past. I guess people just want their nuclear bombs, you know? Alright, so let's make sure we're all good here. It's gonna do physics process false by default. This is gonna do the lifespan stuff. So as soon as we've hit 0 lifespan, we're gonna say we haven't exploded. Exploded is true. Run the explode function and all that stuff. Which actually, should I call this on the server? Nah, it's always a consistent time, so it's fine. And then if the smoke and audio is done, we queue free. So now in physics process, we're gonna increase the radius by the delta. Strength is gonna be that for the shaking of the camera. And then now in here, this is where we do all of our physics collision stuff. So this should run better since we're only running this 60 times per second instead of the full FPS of our game. And this is better to if you're doing physics stuff, you should keep it inside of the physics event, you know. This is going to be sending an enormous number of RPCs right here, depending on how big the radius is, which could potentially be bad, but I don't know. We'll see. Well, let's load it up and try this out. Snooze that ad. The Americans want their nuclear bombs, people. Yeah. Chip Chunga. Yeah. Oh, man. One game that I did, I really had to learn how they work, because it was like, I needed to build each component of the bomb, or like, that was like, a recipe. Like, you needed each part of it. So I had to like research, like, okay, what are actually the individual parts of it? But, I mean, it's not like this information is forbidden. You can just search nuclear bomb and then go to Wikipedia and it's gonna describe how they work. Like weapons delivery and stuff here. I think it does. Yeah. Maybe not. What's a cobalt bomb? Assaulted bomb. Enhanced amounts of radioactive fallout. The heck? For the world record FBI red flags? Yeah. Don't worry, I want to... Well, that's the thing, is like... It's safe for people to know how they work because nobody can get access to the materials to build them. Like, I'm never going to be able to find just random plutonium and uranium sitting around. It's not going to work. So, unless I, like, go through the process for finding it myself or something. But that's, like, that's when I would get the red flag. Based off of what I'm buying and stuff. You know. It'll be fine. Don't search on specifics. Creating those complex process materials and discussing such topics in detail is not possible due to the severe safety and security risk involved. It's fine. I'm not actually going to make one, guys. What benefit would it serve me? Okay, so let's try this again. I just want to make sure this is still running properly. It should be fine. Let's not do the zoom limit. Oops. Let's check this out. Ooh. CPU, come on. So, just seemed like it was before, which is good. Didn't seem to cause any issues. Let's test it on a new world just to make sure, like, at a high FPS, it's still normal. Now, aren't I? We're probably all on lists. It's okay. Boom. Boom. And get out! Ah, you can see the lag, right? Peninsula, well, Peninsula, yeah, it's gone. Here we go. Whoa. Yeah, it looks absolutely fine. I mean, I don't see any issues. And I like the randomness of the rays because it's like not such a uniform pattern. You can see the minimap. Really, the minimap does a good job of showing what we're doing here. Right? That's the shape that it's creating. It's pretty cool. Anyways. I think that's enough playing around. You know? I think it's fine. Plutonium hexafluoride is why I use in the retro plutonium. Yeah. Yeah. Well, see, I don't know anything about the refining process, so that's the important one, I think. It's like broken glass. It is, yeah. Can we try this out on the public server? Is it bad that I'm adding in ways for people to grief? You know? I don't know. It's fine. You know, I can't hold your guys' hand. If you grief and blow up everything, it's your fault, not mine. Is it like entrapment? I don't know. Nah, it's fine. It's optional, guys. You don't have to blow up everything. It does sound super cool. I love the keeping the sound in because it's like a rumbling of the, you know, as the tiles break. It's kind of cool. Add a command to stop explosions, maybe. Maybe I should add like stop bomb stop, or just like a game rule or something. That might actually be nice to have a game rule system. Also, we got ads starting in a minute, guys, so I do apologize. I do all the explosions actually on the server side, so it'd be really easy just to have a variable on the server that's like explosions allowed. It could be another world option, actually. Why not do it there? Yeah. You don't know how to make weapon grade plutonium? Man. Oh. Man. Alright, well, we've got that working. I'll go back and change the sounds and stuff of it eventually. I'm also going to have another variable though up in here, which is export var break tiles, which will be false. So down in here, I'm going to say only do this stuff if break tiles.
You should add a cobalt bomb made with nuclear bomb and some cobalt ingots. It would leave radiation fallout, which you can do with your awesome effects system, etc, etc.
I could. Somebody's gonna play this game and be like, why is there so many bombs? I'll think about it. I'll consider it. Could be cool. We're a dungeon. Alright, so I think we're good here. And then I'm just gonna, it's false by default, so I'm gonna say on the hydrogen bomb, yes, break tiles. Now, let's go add a recipe for creating it. So we already have it in there. Let's go to the recipes table. So this is the recipe for the nuclear bomb. Technically, I already used cobalt for it, so it kind of is a cobalt bomb. Starground hydrogen bomb. So this one's gonna be expensive. First off, I think we're gonna use 2 uranium bombs. And then a lot of hydrogen. Like, I'm thinking like 20 hydrogen or something. Maybe even 40. Nah, let's go 20. Yeah, 30. No more cobalt. But we'll probably add in some steel. Like, quite a bit of steel. And I'm thinking maybe we add in, like, I do want to do a new tier of circuits. You know, for the longest time we've just had the processor, but I'm thinking about doing like an advanced processor, you know? I want to focus a little more on adding in new recipes and new items, like crafting items. So ads are over. Welcome back, everybody. My apologies. So maybe we do that. Also, this is going to output a hydrogen bomb. Yeah, this will be fine for now. Because you already need all this stuff, and then you need all this stuff, so yeah, it'll be pretty expensive. Also, you need all that stuff twice. So if you think about it, this thing is really expensive. It takes 2 uranium bombs, which means it's 30 uranium pellets, 20 steel, 10 wire, and 10 cobalt ingots, on top of 30 hydrogen and 10 steel. So it's really expensive. But that's the whole point, is that like getting the hydrogen bomb is like, whoa. I can't believe I finally have this. It's more of a trophy than it is a practical item. So it'll be fine. Alright, guess I can add to the list now. Added hydrogen bombs. Should we actually work on the stuff we were gonna work on now? The asteroid collectors? Probably. New recipe, get rid of that. I don't need is crafting anymore. Funny to give a present of the night out hydrogen bombs. Yeah. Yeah, asteroid collectors, forgot about those guys. Alright, so we're gonna have a radius. Let's just go ahead and do that. It's gonna be kind of similar in a lot of ways to the collector. If everything would run and I could actually do stuff, that'd be awesome. So we're gonna have this area indicator. I'm just gonna copy that. Paste it in. I don't know how big the radius is gonna be, but probably a little bit larger. So that's 1024? There's no way. Yeah. I don't want it to be that big. What's 0.5 divided by 1.5? Yeah, that size. So what is that going to be? 1000 times 333 or 0.333 should be 384. Oh, I did divided. 341. Well, that's not what I expected. I don't know. When was the last time you played the public server? It's been a little while. I think I hopped on there one of these times. I'll try and play on there. It's just it's hard to find the time too, because I'm also busy making the game. You know. Now let's add a line 2D. So this thing's going to kind of point to where the asteroid is in our field. We'll kind of dynamically do that. I would like to use the same one that I use in the player, because it would just be kind of a cool aesthetic of like it's the same tech. So maybe we can grab that and do that. Why is Godot so laggy, man? I don't know what's going on. This beam right here, we can copy that. Go back into here. Paste it. So here it is. And then rescaling this should change the length. Yeah. The player scene's gotten even more chaotic. It's gotten pretty crazy. Yeah. So this is how the beam will work. So we're gonna have this positioned at 0, 0, and then move it up a little bit. If I could freaking do anything, oh my god. Okay. It'll just kind of go out the the top right here like that. And then we can angle it and point it whatever direction we want. So rotation can be, you know, like that. And that's how we'll collect our asteroids. So size by default is going to be 0. Alright. Yeah, the player scene is pretty insane now. If I made everything visible, it would truly be insane, but I could probably hide these now. It's just like, these are just visible so I could test stuff, but I don't really need them visible anymore. Same with the Opus scene. Because it'll handle all that stuff automatically. Yeah. I can also hide the space scene like that. There we go. Alright. So, the plan is, randomly, we're going to have asteroids drop in here. Now, I'm thinking of a great way to optimize this, or to make it run good, is... lie. We're not actually going to create any asteroids for real. So... yeah. It's going to be fake. It's going to be an illusion. So what we're going to do is just kind of have... whenever you have an asteroid collector placed down, there's a chance an asteroid drops down into its field. And we're just going to make it look like, oh, got you, but it's actually all orchestrated. It's all pre-planned. Do that every time, lying. Yeah, it's pretty fun. So... let's go ahead and do that. We're probably just going to have a sprite in here, and this is going to be like our asteroid sprite. So the idea that I have here is, let's just load a temporary sprite in here. So this is going to like fall in, it's going to fade in, and then it's going to stop at a certain point, and the beam is going to go out and grab it, and then it's going to get sucked in toward the center. And then it's done. And then as soon as that happens, we say, okay, we're ready for a new asteroid, and, you know, repeat the process. That's going to be the plan. It'll just look the best that way, I think, so. Asteroids won't ever land down and break things, which is a sacrifice I'm willing to make. So let's draw some asteroids. I'll probably make them, like, decently sized. I think double the size of the player would probably be fine. Asteroid. Are these asteroids hitting Earth? Sick. Okay. Or what? Oh, could collide with the moon. Well, that's not a big deal. Oh, could fire shrapnel at Earth? It'll be fine. Alright, let's draw an asteroid. The asteroids are basically just blobs. Not a lot of these. Trying to look at a reference one that's cool. Okay. So to draw an asteroid, you just start drawing out blobs like that. And there's your asteroid. And you can fill in some areas or do whatever, but yeah. It is an asteroid, it is. What do you mean? Of course it is. Okay, that's fine, I guess. I guess you're right, or whatever. Whatever. Okay, and then now we're just gonna do this. Brush. Just add some funky bits on here. So I think first off we'll start with like the craters. Because every good asteroid's got some craters. Do a big one right there. And then they typically have a lot of smaller ones. So now we're gonna warble the craters a little bit. They shouldn't be like a perfect sphere, you know. Kind of like that. Okay, so now we're gonna do, you know, bits. So this is how we do our lighting, you know. And we'll just fill in a lot of these regions and stuff here. Probably do one there, I guess. Okay. And this is going to need quite a bit of anti-aliasing. And some of these asteroids, I'm probably going to make a couple varieties. I'm going to have one that probably has like gold specks in it and stuff, you know? So. I imagine there's also going to be like bright spots in these asteroids down here, you know? For like the base of it. That makes sense in terms of how I would probably do the lighting. Yeah. All right, we're practically done. Why can I not change the color? Is that just the color? Oh, yeah, it is. Darkest night. No, I wouldn't do that. And I'll probably go over here on these areas and fill in some areas with the darkness. Okay. What is this song? Find Luigi to be? I don't know, it's Ace's song, yeah. It's pretty epic though. Now, I could do this. Or like that. This is how we could have like different kinds of asteroids. Like one could be like a rusty iron asteroid, you know? Or something. And then another one could be like a more shiny gold asteroid. What kind of asteroids are we going to have on this planet? I think that's important to know. Let's also outline this. Let's use my epic pixel borders plugin. Should you use previous recipe? Should I do that? Okay, that did not work at all. Undo that. Let's try this again. Make sure we're on the right layer. Oops, I mean it's really good or something. Yeah. Let's do this again. Script pixel borders foreground. Custom. Any neighbor. Add. Oops, remove. Animation time, nothing. There we go. Check it out. Easy. Sick little plugin, if you ask me. Also, for this I might keep the bright highlight, and maybe we just do Maybe the rusty color on this would be this one. Kind of like that. I don't know, we'll figure it out, but I think this is okay for now. I say that a lot, don't I? We'll figure it out. Well, it's true, it's true. Looks like an asteroid. Did we cut off the edges? God dang it. Here, let's wait. Can't trust these gizmos and programs these days, can ya? Yeah, it just did the inside. Okay. Awesome. Okay, now we gotta fix this. Delete that on that one. Merge with layer below. And now fix those. Sick, guys. Never trust a program, exactly. That's why I don't use AI to program for me, because it's stupid. Okay, let's try this again. Foreground. Shoot. Let's try this again. Pixel borders, foreground. Let's just quick mode. Nope, because it's wrong. What are these steps? Do you think that'll do anything? Okay, so it's just doing it inside. It's not what I want. Let's try this again. Corners. Add. Okay, it didn't do anything. Did I mark outside? Did I do that? Is that a thing I can mark? Method. Any neighbor. Steps. Never mind, okay. Let's do force. Okay, it's still... Sorry, I turned it a tornado siren. Okay, I don't know what to do here. It's just stupid. I wish I knew the magic sauce to let me do it correct. I'll just do it myself. See, this is the problem with using your little gizmos. By the time I get it working, I might as well have just drawn it myself, and it'll be faster. Stupid gizmos, dude. This is why I don't use AI. Because I'm gonna spend so much time debugging that I might as well just do it myself. We're done. That was pretty easy. Okay, save asteroid. DIY, exactly. All right, now we got an asteroid, so we can load this up with the asteroid. Of course, it doesn't show up, though, of course. Okay, there it is. Come on. Then it's gonna go and absorb. Now, I might have drawn it a little bit too big. Probably would have been better if I'd gone a little smaller than the sphere, like a 24 by 24. So we'll think about that. It would be really sick if this thing like had a split in the center, and then when an asteroid's close, it like opens up to grab the asteroid and then closes again. So maybe I'll work on that, kind of like the collector in a way. So this is gonna lerp from 0 visibility and then kind of fade in. And I'm probably also gonna add a like a particle emitter onto this. If I could do anything, that would be super cool. That would be so cool if Godot wasn't slow, wouldn't it, guys? Okay. So gravity. I'll just set this to. No, we'll set gravity minus 400 or something. So that's going to be like the trail of it moving. Emission shape is going to be a sphere surface. I am going crazy. I'm not going to lie, guys. Like that. Now ordering is going to be behind the asteroid. Texture. I don't know what we'll do for it yet. We have a lot of particles in the game. Shell, bubble, dust, splash, explosion, star, fire. Could look kind of cool. It's not really what I want, though. Oh my god. Why is it so slow? Bubbles, shells. You know, we got that one. I forget where that's used. I think it's in like one of the challenge rooms or something. Time on this should not be so long. Down in the color. Oops, I should go that to transparent. Let's also decrease the radius of this a little bit. Like that. And now scale, I think we'll start it off being large and then shrinking maybe. Please stop lagging. Dude, I can't take it anymore. And then maybe up the lifespan. That's not bad. And then initial velocity, maybe we just do like 20 and set the direction. Instead of using gravity. 50. 90. 120. 50. Lower the angle. Okay, that's not bad. And as for color, I'm not sure. I'll probably just do maybe like a yellow color. All right. We'll decide on the color another time. So let's start this whole process. So we're gonna have a function here that's like start asteroid. It's not inherited. Start asteroid. Would this be a meteor collector? Whoa! Okay, that's when it strikes the ground. What's a meteor? Okay, let's find all the different meanings. Glowing streak after being heated to incandescence. But it's an asteroid ring. It's fine. I don't really care. Okay, so in start asteroid, we're gonna set the asteroid to a random position. So var position. We don't need to make it a var. So position is just gonna be a random spot inside of our circle. So it's gonna be a vector 2, 1, 0, dot rotated, tau, or randf range from 0 to tau. And this distance values can be rand f range from 0 to the radius of our thing. Which, let's just make it 0.5 for now. I have 12 or something. Well, the radius, let's see, it's... so it'd be 256. Alright. So that's going to give us a position. Why is it, like, lagging every time I do literally anything? Is having the game open doing that? I don't know. It's getting tiresome. Okay, so now we're going to say asteroid dot position relative to us is going to be equal to position. Although it's going to be that plus like our vertical offset. Because what's like the height of our building? I'll just say minus 48. Or I'll just do this. Pos.y minus equals 48. And now I'm going to say asteroid dot... Or I guess we need to have it go way up. And then it's going to be 0, and now we're going to create a tween. So function collect asteroid. That's going to be another one. So far, tween is equal to get tree dot create tween. Tween dot tween property. Object is asteroid. Property is position. And final value is... Can I do like position Y? I think I can. And then I can say the final value will just be minus 48. And duration will be like 1 second or something. Now I can also do the same thing, tween to tween property, asteroid, modulate A, and that'll go to 1 over the course of 1 second. And then we just say tween dot tween callback. Can I just say tween like on tween finished? Oh yeah. Let me just say await tween finished. Collect asteroid. Okay. And then I'm gonna say tween dot tween parallel or whatever. Set parallel. True, so that these happen at the same time. Okay, so it's gonna do that. That's gonna cause the asteroid to fall down and fade in, and then it's gonna stop. We're also gonna enable the particles, so dot emitting is true. And then now over here, we're gonna say emitting is false. This is where we're going to... Oh, so I have to say on this, like, one shot or something. Property hint one shot, I think. Something with this connect. What is it? I've done this before. Hold on, let me go search for connect. Connect one shot. That's what it is. Okay. Or I guess it's a new tween every time, so it doesn't matter. All right. So it's going to stop emitting the particles. I'm also going to do the beam. So we're going to say beam.size.x. So we're going to say var distance is equal to beam.global.position.distance to asteroid.global.position. Now size x will be equal to distance, and we're also going to say beam.rotation is equal to beam.direction to direction to asteroid.global position. And that might actually need to be angled too, or something. Let me make sure it's the right one. Angle 2? I think that's correct. Okay, so let's just test this before we do a bunch of work. So it's gonna happen, asteroid's gonna appear, it's going to drop in, and then it's just gonna grab it. So I'm gonna have another thing that's var asteroid active. It's false. We're gonna say in function ready, we're gonna have a timer on this. And this is going to do like a random time and stuff. So I'm gonna say timer.start. And connect timeout. Well, we need the time though to scale depending on our power usage. So I'm actually not going to use a timer on this. I'm just going to have a number inside of process. Actually, buildable doesn't have a process event. Right. I'm pretty cool that I eliminated that. Okay. So we're going to have our asteroid time. By default, we'll say it's 5 seconds or something. Then we're going to say asteroid time minus equals 1 times delta. If asteroid time is less than or equals 0, asteroid active, and call start asteroid. And then in this, I'm also going to say if asteroid is not active, set it to true there. All right, watch this, guys. You're not ready. You guys are not ready. This is gonna be crazy. It's gonna blow your brains. Check it out. Okay, let's go load up into checking it out. Thank you, thank you. Let's load up into a new world. I don't want to mess with the other one anymore. I'm tired of it. Switching full screen. Epic. I don't know if this is going to work. We'll see. Give iron ingot 99. The cheats are off, but it's faster for me to just type them out and then do that. Okay. Boom. Boom. Actually, technically this will work on any planet, so I have to also fix that. I have to tell it to only do this on Opus. Okay, now I need a bunch of things. Huh? Oh. Give cobalt ingot 99. Okay. Okay, instantly spawned. Oh, right. No. Don't worry about it. The asteroid's gonna show up. Oh! Why is the x-axis freaking out? Oh! Whoops, guys. I forgot to set the time again. Okay, so let's break it and restart. Let's try that again. Let's also make the asteroid invisible. Ooh. Well, it did work, but it spawned in an unfortunate location. Let's make it so it never spawns straight on top. We can do that by just setting a minimum radius here. So we say from 64 to 256. Now let's try this again. It's also obviously going too slow and stuff, so we're gonna modify all that. So ignore that it's there. Just don't worry about it. It's gonna... Oh, and then it catches it. So that's basically working. Now, this isn't definitely not pointing to it. I think it's because it's pointing this top left coordinate to it, which is bad. I wonder if there's another way that I can figure this out. Oops. Because even though I have the pivot offset in the center, its position technically is right here, right? Which is a problem. But changing the Y coordinate just makes it tiny, so I have to take that into account. So I just have to point it to the top left of the asteroid. So for rotation, instead of saying global position angle to global position of the asteroid, we have to say that minus just for now, vector 2, 16, 16. And so now that should work. Doesn't seem to have, though. Minus 16, 16. Should have worked. Unless I have to say plus. Maybe I do. Oh, well, this only runs once, and that's why it's not working. So I just have to rebuild it. Also, let's say on ready. So function ready super asteroid.modulate .a is 0. Let's try this out. And we'll make it so it doesn't collect them and stuff when there's no power, but yeah. Let's watch it. Asteroid comes down. Okay. Seems like it just didn't even rotate it now. So why did that not work? Minus vector 2, 16, 16. Should be okay. Let's try this again. We'll get it eventually, guys. Don't worry. Asteroid comes down. The beam goes out. But it's still at the bottom of the asteroid. I'm not sure why. It does seem like horizontally, though, it's centered, which is really odd. As you can see. So size-wise, it's working, but rotation... Don't know why it's not working. I guess I could just create a new position here. I could say... like, get the centered position here. So vector 2... So then we just say this, vector 2. Beam.global position. Which the X one is fine. But the Y one we have to say plus 20. Because the height of it is 40. So let's try that one. We break this again. Oh yeah, this is unshaded, right? Oh, it's not. I need to make it unshaded. Let's try try this one. Oh, okay. It's not happy. I don't know what it's doing or why it's not working. I mean, if I manually set the rotation, it should work. Yeah, you can see. Like, it should do that, right? And be in the center of the asteroid. But... Am I using the wrong rotation? Maybe I need to use rotate or angle to point. Maybe that's my problem. Uh-oh. Shouldn't have opened it. I don't know what I'm thinking. Boing. There we go. Yeah, I think I was just using the wrong function. We should also be able to change the size of the beam by just increasing the Y size. Like if we set it to 80 or whatever, now it should be twice the thickness. And then down in here we say plus 40. Oh yeah, it's gonna break the offset though. As you can see. I don't know, maybe I'll modify this shader now that I'm smart about shaders and can do things. Maybe I'll figure out how to change this one to be better. Stupid compiler, dude, I mean not what I said, yeah. That is me right now. Oh my god. You see what's happening here, guys, with these lag spikes? What's going on? Oh, let's try this again. Dong, and it catches it. Now we just need it to retract, which is pretty easy. And I'll also do this. We'll have this all be a part of a different function. This is going to be function calculate beam. So we'll do it once when we initially collect, and we'll also over here right, so if asteroid active, then we do that. Such as grabbing your data in my golf game. No. Yeah, it could be malware for all I know. I'd have no idea. And then var, let's say asteroid grabbed is false. And then in here, we're going to say if asteroid grabbed, then we calculate the beam. And that's where we do it in here. Asteroid grabbed is true. Otherwise, in start asteroid, we'll set it back to false in the, you know, the ending step of our asteroid process. So let's restart the game. I think this will work pretty well, though, once we get it all set up and stuff, you know? It'll look cool. And with sounds and stuff, I think that'll really tie it all together, of course. So let's make this start maybe way higher up, because then it'll like go faster. So let's double its starting height. And we could also increase the time it takes to drop. Maybe instead of 1 second, it's only 0.5. And this is an asteroid falling after all. It should be pretty quick. All right, let's try this out. Let's just restart everything. Fresh slate. We'll mess around with this and see, and then that'll be it. Also, by the way, guys, now that we're at the end of stream, how is the like have you had any latency, like, issues with the stream? Has it frozen or anything for anybody? Because I am streaming, I'm in that beta for Twitch. It's the 1440p beta. So I'm kind of just testing to see how it's going for everybody. Let's get the Star Launcher in here. Guess it doesn't really matter where we test this. I could just test it here right now. Ah, shoot. Give lens 99. Give ingot 99. Plastic 99. Give rotor 99. Okay. And then let's just make sure it works. Should go way faster. Whoa. Well, that was way faster. Also, the beam seems like it's going a little too far now, which is odd. Wonder why it would be doing that. It's going to be from position there to... should be to the center point. Again, I might have made the asteroid go a little too fast. Let's try this. Does it drop its items when we break it? Yeah, it does. Okay. Okay, obviously there's something still wrong with the rotation stuff, because that's just not right. Y plus 40. You know what would be easier? Let's just create a little node right here. Just call it anchor or something. And it'll just be a child of the beam or whatever. Or not even. Like, let's just put it at the spot that we want it to be. Minus 53 or whatever. Nope, minus 48. Nope. Right there. Minus 32. And then we make a beam, the beam a child of the anchor. So now we have like a solid reference point to actually calculate the things. And then now we don't mess with the beam at all. We just say, we'll still calculate the size of the beam and stuff, but this is going to be way better this time. So we're going to calculate distance. So now it's just going to be anchor, global position to asteroid. Then we're going to say anchor.rotation is anchor.global position .angle to point asteroid.global position. Now I get rid of that, and then we say beam.size x is distance. Okay. Let's try that, guys. I think that's going to be a little bit better. We are going to have to restart the game. Sometimes you have to do stuff like this when you're messing with, like, control nodes and physical scenes, because it's not good. When you put a control node in a 2D scene, it causes a lot of issues. I've ran into this before with, like, the player name tag and stuff, because it's whack. All right. So let's go ahead and do this again. I gotta give myself all this stuff again. lens, give cobalt ingot, plastic, give... what's the other material? I'm stupid. Rotors. Oh yeah, I don't need the stone brick and stuff because we don't have to leave. Okay, let's watch this. Oh, it's not happy. Oh, I'm stupid. Let's try this again. There we go. Now it's all lined up and perfect, and we don't have to worry about it anymore. Okay. So now basically, once it's been collected or whatever, and we're running calculate beam, we're just gonna slowly lerp it toward the center. So now we just say asteroid.global position is equal to .global position dot. I guess we could lerp it in, but do like a really slow lerp. So we're gonna lerp it toward anchor.global position, but then like 0.1 times delta or something. Oh, we need to pass in delta and calculate beam. Let's see, how am I gonna do this one here? I can just say 0 actually for the delta. So now you can see it slowly being pulled in. Which, it's a little too slow. So then we can just check if it's a certain distance away from the collector. We can tell it to disappear and then start the collection of a new one. Easy. And I might up the speed a little bit more. I don't want this to be super slow. We could set it to 1. Then we just have sort of a threshold for when it's actually collected. It'll be like, if distance is less than X number. So we're already calculating distance. So we just say if distance is less than or equal, oh, I don't know, 4 or something. Then we do that stuff in return. Then we're gonna say finish asteroid. And that's gonna be another function. So on this one, we're gonna sort of reset everything. So asteroid.modulate.a is back to 0. And we're gonna say the particles emitting, we already have that to true and stuff, so we're fine. And that's where we're also gonna like say asteroid active is false, asteroid grabbed is false, all that stuff. And that's also where we can recalculate the timer maybe. Or I guess it doesn't matter, we're recalculating it there, so yeah. So this should now be in a loop. It should keep collecting asteroids. Oh, excuse me. I'm dying. So there it collected one, it collected another one. So yeah. And we have to make the laser go invisible and stuff. Just set the size to 0. So right here we're gonna say anchor beam.size.x is 0. Lag, I love lag. Okay. Pulls it in. Asteroid goes away. It collects another one. And repeat process infinitely. Okay, well, I think we're good to go, guys. We've done it. So we're gonna snooze that ad. So now it's just a matter of creating a loot table for what the different asteroids drop and stuff, and maybe also have different types of asteroids and stuff like that. I might change the asteroid to be smaller. I think I will. I think I'm gonna shrink it down. I also do want to set the laser to be unshaded, because as you can see, it looks kind of weird. So it's actually really easy to do. Oops. No, it's not. Well, all of the lasers will be unshaded, so... remove this if you want to use HDR glow. Hopefully that doesn't cause issues. Just say render mode unshaded. Try that. That might break everything. I don't think it'll apply until we relaunch the game. So yeah. I don't know why the position of my laser seems to be odd on the player. Whatever. Okay, well, that's going to be it for today, guys. We got the asteroid collector working, so... there's still some more code that we need to do. One thing that I do want to calculate is basically if there's too many asteroid collectors nearby, it decreases the collection rate. And that's a way that we can simulate, like, a limited number of asteroids falling down, right? So we can set, like, a certain radius that it checks around for other asteroid collectors. And if there's, like, say... 5 nearby asteroid collectors or whatever, we say like, okay, drop the spawn rate by this like set percentage. So that's just an easy way we can bounce and simulate this concept of scarcity without actually having to instantiate or do any scene stuff with other nodes. So these will be extremely performant. You could probably place down 100 of these, no problem. So, yeah. Anyways, I think that'll be cool. Yeah, we're ending stream now. We've been going for a while, so it's time. Unfortunately. So let's go pick somebody to raid. Ugh. Setalix is playing Vintage Story. That's actually kind of sick. I want to watch that. Oh man, he's got like a boat and stuff. What the? Is he playing with other people? Okay, he's on day 17. Crazy. Let's raid Setalix. So he's been playing for some time? Okay. I didn't know. What's up, Robbie? It's only been 30 minutes. It's been a little bit longer than that, but welcome, man. I do apologize. We are ending stream now. Alright, let's go raid Setalix, hopefully before Setalix ends stream or something. Alright. Thank you, gamers, for coming to the stream. I appreciate it. Oh. Setalix is ending stream. I better get out of here before I get raided. Hurry, we gotta raid. We gotta raid now. Just in case, you know, I don't know. Let's go raid, That's too bad. Why not? Hypnotic Games? What is he working on? More stuff. Let's go raid him. Alright, sorry about that. Anyways, thank you guys for coming to stream. I appreciate it. We're gonna go raid Hypnotic Games. I'm still wondering about, like, if Starground's gonna be in the summer sale and stuff. I have to figure that out. So I will see. But yeah. Anyways, update coming out July 14th. Be on the lookout. Feel free to join the Discord. Buy the game if you want, or wait for a sale. That's gonna be it. Alright, bye gamers. I'll see you around. Bye-bye. Bye. See you on Friday, 3 p.m. MDT. Bye.